Hello, 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 everyone. Did I find out where I left off? Hiding. Well, got one person in here. That's always a good thing. Whew. Hey, Nikki. Hi, John. Thank you, John. Aw, thank you. You guys are great. Welcome, John. Yeah, we missed you yesterday, John. It's like, I hope he's all right. Made us nervous. So how was everyone's day? Mine's been full. You were so worried about Mister? Yes, we were, John. Yes, we were like, has anyone seen John? He hasn't here yet. I enjoyed the two videos from today. You had fun with it. Yeah, we did. It was a nice little park. I had never been there before. Hi, Amy. Hi, Mason. Hey, Jen. It's great seeing everybody. Yeah, I had a fun day at the park. It's just like a walking park, and you have all these like overlook little areas where you can look down over. It's supposed to be a little brook there with waterfalls, but it was dried up. Hi, Pania. I went to bed at 3 p.m. and didn't wake till 3:30. Oh my goodness. Yep. Must have needed it, John. Sometimes you just gotta sleep. Yeah, every now and again I do that. I'll sleep like 8, 9 hours, 10 hours. One day about a month or so ago, I slept for about 11 hours. I was like, whoa. See what happens when you disappear on us, John? We all get scared. Yeah, they're taking our water and our brooks. You might as well have taken John too. Went to the cardiologist today. I gave him the sermon on evidence-based machine. He looked at me and said, "Wow, you look great." Well, that's always a good thing to hear. Checked my vitals, all solid, and then he still handed me another prescription. What were the medications for? What are you working on tonight, Nikki? Oh, test, don't guess. Oh, thank you. I love to touch this. I just absolutely love the feel of this. Yeah, it builds up quickly. Have you ever felt those tissues that's got the oh, what do you call it? The moisturizer tissues, the one that's supposed to have like a moisturizer. What do they call it? Yeah, so soft. That's what this feels like, but thick. Like if you held on to a bunch of it. Yeah, that lotion tissues, and it just feels so nice. Yeah, the ones that's got the lotion in them, the healing lotion. Well, this yarn just feels so nice and soft. It reminds me of that. Those bother me, that kind of texture. Yeah, no. I spent the day with my aunts and my mom. It was great to see all of them, but they didn't understand why I wasn't eating the cookies and cake. I even explained I'm 1 point away from being diabetic. They thought I should eat it and get on medication. What? That's so bizarre to me that someone would think like that. Don't they see that that's kind of aloe lotion? That's it. It is Karen slice of anniversary cake. I just love the feel of this. I just love it. And hello to you, Robert. That's just so bizarre when you think about it. Yeah, eat the bad stuff. There's medication for it. You can still eat it. It's like some sort of horror movie, isn't it? Eat whatever you want to eat. There's medication for it. Now I know when I was a kid, thinking back, to like cakes and cookies and stuff like that. I don't really recall really my mother ever buying cookies or cakes. She would make homemade cookies and homemade cakes. So I don't think it was a big thing back when we were kids to buy all this junk food. I'm sure there was some out there, but maybe my mom just never, I mean, she made cookies. Yes, I have made a blanket with this too. Love it. Makes nice blankets. Yeah. And hello, Barbara. Thank you, Robin. Hello to you too. I'll definitely be buying more of this yarn. I love it that much. We didn't have as much then. Yeah. I don't recall it. You were a diabetic 20 years prior to actually being diagnosed. But diabetes really isn't the disease, it's insulin resistant. I can't remember my sisters making homemade cookies and cakes and my mom having Oreos and everything else and then expected me to be on a diet. Yeah. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of that kind of stuff. I mean, we had peanut butter and marshmallow, so I guess that's got a lot of sugar in it, and peanut butter and jelly and jams. Even though, even though I'm allergic to chocolate, my mother made the best chocolate chip cookies. She made it where she took half the butter and she put in peanut butter, and it would have that peanut butter like flavor. I loved those. But once the oven and they were cold, it wasn't the same. It was right after you take it out and that chocolate was still melty. It's like the perfect. Another one I really like is brunette blanket patchwork. I've never heard of patchwork, brunette blanket patchwork. My mom also made great peanut butter fudge, but even though it was good and all, I was never that much into sugar. I'm but I was good with one. But she used to make a lot of fudge. It's Nuion. Oh, I'll have to keep my eyes open because I do have Burnett blanket I use for a lot of things. Now, someone mentioned, I want to think it was maybe Michelle last night talking about doing like a long, massive, long, well, she was saying 24-hour live. I haven't given that a lot of thought because there's lots of times during the day where I am bored and I can't wait for the live. So I was thinking, well, why don't I just come in and sit? If I'm just going to sit here and crochet, there's no reason why I couldn't just have a live going. Do you think that would be too much? You think? I wouldn't expect all you guys to show up and be here and sit with me all day long. That's no, no, I don't expect that. But like do that like once a month or something, or once in a great while. Hi, Squeaky. Hello, hello. I would fall asleep during the day, and just be here for, whoever and whatever and just hang out and chit chat, come and go, just, I've thought about it. I've been thinking about it. Back when I was doing keto, I made fudge out of cocoa chocolate. Wow. I would be there. I'm up all the time. Well, yeah. Yeah. You know, don't have to, like constantly be talking, but just hanging out, coming and going, chit chatting. Because I'd have to get up and go to the bathroom, get up and go make coffee and stuff. There's no way I could sit here all day long and not get up and move about. Yeah. I know Nikki's probably saying, "Are you crazy, lady? Are you crazy?" So I might surprise you one day and just, you know, I got all this birthday stuff behind me, and yeah, tomorrow we're supposed to have the family get together. So I'm making my meatloaf tomorrow. Yeah, that is true too. I do have to keep making, but I still get bored, especially on the dead quiet days when no one's around, and yeah, there'll be times when I couldn't do it because I do have to prep my meals and go walking, and so there is times I wouldn't be able to do it. But hey, you have all those eggs. Deviled eggs would be wonderful with your meatloaf. Oh yeah, I'm making my meatloaf tomorrow. I couldn't do it today because we're having a big gathering tomorrow. Now I feel like I'm on Walton's Mountain. Why? I love the ending scene. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Hello, John John. I will call him John Boy. I was called John John. John Boy, perfect. I really liked that show growing up. Why aren't you allowed to call him John Boy? I do too. I still watch. So wholesome. Yeah, John Boy. You can call me anything you want. Well, there you go, Nikki. You can call him anything you want. John, I was thinking of you today when I was at Costco. I see he hasn't answered you back. I think that's his way of saying no. Crazy thing happened this week. Remember when I couldn't see the keyboard fonts? Yeah, I remember you mentioning it. You must be typing all 300 words or symbols or whatever you want to call it. I thought they changed my food. Hello, Machu. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Well, I guess I don't need my glasses anymore. Really? But now I need reading glasses. Uh, so how you doing, Machu? I am making a blanket. Knit Purdy. I like it. Doing good. Just ready to finish out the work and rest this weekend. And yeah, it looks good. Well, thank you. So, you get off for the weekend. Ooh, there's always hope. You almost done? Oh, that's right, the netting. No, I just started it. I'm about to, I'm about maybe an eighth of the way done. My family is making me go to a tailgating at the ND football game. I just wanted to stay home, honestly. Uh, I know. Don't you hate it when you just want to stay home and your family's got all these plans and they included you and you're trying to figure out how to say no? Oh, there's always meat on the grill. There is that. Well, I got my sardines. These are the ones I got. Did I did I pick the right ones out all right? I don't know about the extra virgin oil though. They didn't have any with water or anything. How much time does it take you to make a blanket like that? This one, this one will probably, oh, a couple of days. I started it last night. Started it last night. So, yeah. Hey, Jenny, how are you doing? Do you crochet machu? You could be better. Oh, too funny. I want from sneaking in booze, the sneaking in bacon. Oh, you got a slight headache? Aw, sorry to hear that. That's one thing I could say I haven't had for a while is a headache. I thought I would get one when I had that cold. I also love Perth bacon. Hey, bacon's good for everything and anything as far as I'm concerned. It goes with everything. I'm cooking bacon right now. Wow. Yeah, first I lost the remote. Then I had to get my mother some water. Then I had to use the restroom. I don't, but I've known people who can crochet. Most of the time, I would get them to make toboggans for me back in high school. It takes talent and patience to crochet, which I don't have. Crocheting calms me. I have a lot of anxiety or deal with a lot of anxiety, and crocheting just calms me down, just relaxes me. But I crochet a lot. It's almost mitten weather. Start crocheting mittens. Oh, thank you. I'm in love with this yarn. I keep saying it. I'm sorry. I've said it 100 times, but it's really soft. Now I bought some belly tonight, and I bought some before, like a year or so ago, and I don't think I cooked it right. It was tougher than tough, and I took one and I cut it up in small squares, and I put it in the air fryer today. Added some salt, and it still seemed a bit tough. So I must be doing something wrong. For everyone to love it, I must be cooking it wrong. Hello, Feral Grandma. Timber Trails by One, the yarn addict. Oh, is that someone at? Oh yeah, this says I can show you what this is. Um yeah, it's called Timber Trails. It's my favorite. It's turning into my favorite blanket pattern. I know it by heart. This yarn came from like I bought a lot of yarn with Joanne's when I was pregnant. That's why oh, I never had all this yarn until Joanne's went out of business, and I bought a bunch of yarn, like about two carts full. I tried to learn to knit but couldn't. I said the brown cow. Oh, you tired? I have a great video on making oven baked burka. I ought to watch it. Thank you for letting me know, Amy. I'll go take a peek at it. Not at this very minute, but I will. I just throw it in the skin. Why is mine coming out tough? Your stream just popped up in my the you page. Everybody seems to be nice and it's cold stream. I'll go ahead and subscribe to you. Oh, thank you, Machu. Yeah, we're around and chit chat. Some of us are crocheters, knitters, little artsy, crafty. Some are carnivores, ketos. We're just a bunch of like-minded people hanging out. Yeah, and we're here every night, 7 nights a week. For the most part, Grandma, I get mine at Michael's or Hub. The only rule, though, Machu, is we don't talk politics. I mean, if someone died, someone mentions, "Hey, so and so died," that would be one thing, but we don't get into debates in here. There's too much hate with all the political stuff lately. So this is sort of a neutral, no politics place. Other than that, I can't think of any other rules. Can you, Nikki? I've come close to breaking it myself, but I mean, other news is fine. It's just political stuff. Yeah, we're gonna need a bigger boat. Yeah, I wish I could do that, but you're good company, John. I'm the boring one. I'm just an old lady. Uh, Good. I'm completely out of politics. You want to hear nothing from me on that? Uh, I mean, if something massive happens, of course, let us know if you hear about it, whether it's politics or not. Like, I'm not going to even say what I'm thinking, but I mean, like if we got into World War III or something, it just got announced and nuclear missiles are on their way. Yeah, say something, please, so I can go hide somewhere under a rock. Other than that, yeah, be nice to get a warning. No, I did not riveting for everybody today. Oh, you did enough riveting. My daughter-in-law spends more than I do. My greetings changed day today. My sister was on the beach in Hawaii when a tsunami warning signal accidentally went off. Oh my goodness. A few years ago, she said her and her husband had hands and said, well, that's it. Held hands, said, well, that's it. But it never happened. Thank goodness. That would have freaked me out. I'm surprised I didn't get up and run. That would have been my instinct. Just stop running. Try to find the tallest place. I have one finger. One finger and all thumbs. What is everybody's favorite movie they have ever watched? Mine is Dan. You know, there was a time I watched Wolves years and years ago, and I loved it. Okay, of course, now I can't remember what it's about. I remember I had a lot to do within the wilderness, though. But I absolutely loved that movie years ago. I'm going to have to watch it again now that I'm thinking about it. My absolutely favorite movie is Godspell. Love Dances with Wolves. I watch it over and over. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I remember thinking at the time when I watched it that I absolutely loved it, but I'm gonna have to write that down so I can watch it. I'm gonna put it in a window. Dances with Wolves extended version. Oh, we can't find anything that matches up with this. Why are they showing me kid stuff? What the heck? What? Well, this is weird. Image profiles. That's weird. I just opened up my Prime Time and it's all kids stuff. I'm like, what the heck? 4 hour movie. Okay, let's see. What did I miss? My For a long time, my favorite movie was Ghost with Whoopi and Patrick Swayze and Demi Moore. Now I recommend watching the director's cut of Dancing with Wolves. It's almost 4 hour movie, but it's totally worth the experience. Somewhere in Time is awesome. Yeah, I like that one too. Oh, Audrey Hepburn movies, yeah. My Fair Lady, I like that one. Yeah, yeah. Ghost and Dirty Dancing, I like those two movies. Well, back in the day, I liked Grease too, so I think I'm suddenly old today. I thought the honor guide for a nice set of kids. Now, me and my dad's favorite movie to watch together is It's Mad, Mad World. I'm 30 and it's still one of my favorite comedies I have watched. You can recite almost every word of what? Which one, Nikki? And I was amused when the husband sort of jolted a little during the breakfast salute. I think mine changes over time, but one movie that hasn't changed for me is Ghost. That's always one of my favorites. And another one that I liked, it was Lucille Ball. And I want to say the name of the movie, and I could be wrong, but it had something to do with like Baker's dozen. They had like 13 kids or something, and his and hers. I love that movie. Oh, Princess Bride, yes, I love Baseballs. That's funny. I don't watch a lot of movies now. There's not hardly any movies worth watching. I can't think of any that's out there that I would even want to go see at a theater or nothing. It's just nothing is appealing. My husband watches Caddyshack over and over, and I'm sick of it. My husband likes all the old movies. Oh yeah, Christmas Vacation. Yeah, I love the Hallmark movies, but I like the ones that you know, whereas the girl meets the prince of her dreams, and he's a prince, but is undercover type of thing. Doesn't tell her he's a prince. I like all of those kind of movies. Or she, or the girl goes and does something, a hairdresser or whatever, and goes to the castle, meets the prince, and falls in love. You know what movie freaked me out mentally for years, do you? What's the one movie that everyone freaks out about? The shower scene in Psycho. It's never the same anymore. Isn't it called Psycho? The shower scene? Baba Hadi. But wait till you're stoned. Then it'll work. What's the name of that movie? Is it Psycho? I think it's Psycho. Yeah, it's Psycho. The shower scene in Psycho freaks me out every time. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Seems like there was something like that, Amy. Does seem like there was something like that. The original Friday the 13th. I remember that used to freak me out so bad. And Freddy with the claws, the raised blade. Psycho is one of my favorite. I grew up watching a ton of old movies when I was younger. Yeah. When I was a kid, we went to the drive-ins. Remember the drive-ins? And I saw Psycho. They were playing like a bunch of older movies, and I was supposed to be sleeping. My parents had a station wagon, and all of us kids, there was four kids in it, like we were really in the back sleeping. But I remember watching Psycho, and I was just all worked up after that. Good days. The guy who played Freddy. I've seen that guy play in other movies, and I would have never guessed he would be the one to play Freddy because he hadn't played those kind of parts in other movies. But boy, was he ever scary in that. I've never watched Shrek. Does he dress up like Freddy ever? I seen it once, but it was long ago. I like the Titanic, but that was I got real tired of Titanic because my daughters fell right in love with it and had to watch it over and over and over again. I mean, it was good the first time, but after the 20th time, no. Probably that had shook up was The Exorcist. Yes. I never thought of actually telling two stories. Have you seen the new Exorcist, the one with the two girls? They actually had the mother of Linda Blair's part, that Exorcist, in the new Exorcist, which I thought was rather cool. I've read a lot of Stephen King's books up until about 20 years ago. About 20 something years ago, I stopped reading them, but I read a lot. And his books used to scare me because I lived in Maine at the time when I read them, and I was familiar with all the places. There was one book he's got that's of short stories, and it talks about the mill, the woven mill. I was actually here. I'm sitting down reading short stories at the woven mill, and he's describing it to a T. And I was freaked out so bad with that short story. It was insane. And that I was working there, and here he is talking about it, or the main hardware store, you know, in in Salem's Lot. They talk about going to Westbrook to the main hardware store, and it's like that was like 2 blocks away from me. So now I'm seeing glowing eyes in my window, and God, I used to get so nervous reading some of his books. Yeah, Stephen King's The Shining. Um, that one bothered me, but I had read the book and it didn't really go with the book too much. They changed it around a lot. So they redid the movie. And to be honest, even though the second Shining fit the book better, the first one was a heck of a lot scarier. Eyes of the Dragon. I don't I don't think I've read that one, Tanya. Must have been one of his newer ones from the last 20 years. Yeah, I stopped reading him actually more than 20 years ago, probably in the late 90s, perhaps. John, is that the one where the guy finds a way of going into the past, and it has to do with President Kennedy's assassination? Yeah, it has to be that one for the President Kennedy's assassination. Now that was a good book. That one had to have been probably my favorite. What is a movie you would never want to watch? Misery. I read the book really bad. I actually had to put the book down at one point because I was so scared. I was like I couldn't watch what she was gonna do next type of thing. I've read some of those, but those are Stephen King anyways, aren't they? I'm pretty sure they're Stephen King's books. He just wrote in a different under a different name. Yeah, 1963. Anya was a very good book. It's probably one of my favorite of the Stephen King books. Who remembers when Stephen King had a um, had a book that he did that was just a chapter got released a month? I can't remember the name of it, but it had to do with a prison. But he only released the chapter a month, and it took forever to get all the chapters and then read them. He had to hurry up and get to the store on release day because they'd all disappear. That's where it goes into the closet. It goes back to, yeah, yeah. I love that one, John. Oh yeah, Pet Cemetery was creepy. You know, I never watched Pet Cemetery 2. I never got into the second one. Yes, Stephen King had to have done a lot of research um, to be able to write that book, 1963. He had to know the history. He researched it so well. And I'm sure there's a lot in there that was just his imagination that weren't really true facts, but it felt like it was true facts at the time reading it. 1776. I didn't. How J. I can't be. Right. Uh-huh. I never heard of Steve Barry. I didn't say that. I see the question above in there. Who do I get? Was that the Gunslinger? The Dome? There's another good one. I was wondering how Jay was. I'm like, I don't know who she's talking about or to. You got full belly? You got full belly? You got a full belly? Yeah, he's a good girl. I loved how we explained how the food tasted. Oh, nice. I like books like that. I'm trying to think of the name of the book that I got that I loved reading over the years. Linda. Hello, Grandma in room. Just lurking tonight. Happy birthday, Grandma. Almost too late, but I made it. Oh, thank you, Linda. Thank you, bunches. And you're more than welcome to lurk. Lurkers. But I have you. Okay, Machu. Have a good evening. Hope to see you again soon. What did I do today? I got woken up by my daughter and she wanted to take me to the park to walk someplace different. So I went to the park and then we went to Costco and then came home. They all talked to me about not making plans tomorrow. They're going to do the whole birthday thing tomorrow. So, yeah. Then my other daughter came with food. She thought she was doing right by getting me. Don't you just love it when you're on the carnivore diet and someone says, I got you dinner for your birthday, and it's something you can't eat? Oh, oh, Dean Koontz. That's who I was trying to think. I like his books. I was trying to think of his name. I haven't read one of his books in forever, but he's a darn good writer. I like a lot of his historical fact points. You get to learn a lot of history with his books. There's an emergency dog at the funeral home. Her name is Marley. Thank you. Don't talk much in chats, but love listening to everyone else. And that's fine. No. Best thing about your chat if one listens. Well, we do try. Keep losing my hook. Are you okay? Are you okay, darling? Are you okay, darling? Mm, yeah, yeah, you okay? I love you. I love you. I was looking for the title of the book and who Tom in the movie the Da Vinci Code. His writing too. Trying to look up who wrote it. Um, Dan Brown. I like Dan Brown too. He's written a couple of books that I liked. Oh, hello, Michelle. And thank you for the happy birthday. It's almost over. 30 more minutes. Oh, there we go. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, I was looking for a title of a movie that Tom Hanks played in that I liked. No, I'm making that tomorrow because I got family coming over. And so they asked me to wait because I don't want a birthday cake. So I told them I was doing my meatloaf cake today. They said, "Oh, can you just make that on Friday? We're all coming over on Friday." So yes, that's my cake. I am making a carnivore cake. Yep. Uh, no, it's just a meatloaf. I'm turning it into a birthday cake. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so I'm gonna make a carnivore meatloaf cake, and then I'm making regular meatloaf for the rest of the family. They're gonna have homemade mac and cheese with theirs, and I'm just gonna have fried eggs or something with mine, or boiled eggs maybe. Yeah, and I'm probably gonna freeze some of the meatloaf cupcakes so I can have some when I want. And I might play around. I love pepper gravy, but I can't have pepper gravy the way traditionally I would make it. So I'm thinking with a whipping cream, I could possibly make some. I'm thinking maybe have to think about it. I make things up all the time. I just make it up. Like my birthday cake, I'm just gonna make it up. Uh-oh, what you saying? Did I miss something? I just sent an image of meatloaf cake in Discord. Okay. Let me see. Let me see it. Well, I'm not gonna go quite that fancy. No, it's not gonna be that fancy. That looks like it might have mashed potatoes and stuff like that on it. No, I'm not putting whipping cream. No, I was thinking about trying to make a gravy, a pepper gravy. You can do gravies with whipping cream, and I haven't quite thought about. Yeah, I'm just gonna put some sour cream on it. But not like I'm not gonna frost it with sour cream, but I'm gonna do a dab of sour cream on my meatloaf to make it look like it could possibly be frozen. I mean frosting. Why not? It's a milk base, isn't it? I would think it is. Is sour cream considered considered carnivore? I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, sour cream is considered a carnivore diet food. I thought it was. The carnivore diet consists of consuming only animal products such as meat, eggs, and dairy. Sour cream is a dairy product made from milk and cream, which are both allowed on the carnivore diet. So there you have it. I thought it was, but when asked that, I was like, I don't know. I better check. I thought cannibals can only eat meat and eggs. No, dairy. Anything from an animal, whether it's cheese, milk, It's you got to use caution though, because a lot of milk has like sugar or lactose, which is a sugar. So if you think of it as just using the fat from the top of the milk, you can have that. And a lot of people aren't lactose intolerant, so a lot of people can have things like milk. I'm lactose intolerant, so I have to be very, very careful with cheese and things like sour cream, for example, cottage cheese. And I love cottage cheese. Oh my goodness. So I'm gonna, utilize some cheese, and you might be brave to make a kind of gravy with beef gelatin powder and fat from the meatloaf. Yeah. Plus add cream cheese or heavy cream. Yeah. And that's why I got the heavy cream, just in case I was to play around with um, the fat from the meatloaf. Cottage cheese tastes like tacos for me. Wow. That's right. Well, I'm going to post my birthday cake when I make it. I'm going to make a video of it because I never see a birthday cake really. It's going to be my own crazy little thing. I don't know what mukbangs are. I guess I got to look that up. Mukbangs. Mukbang is South Korean broadcast. Hosts eat large quantities of food while interacting with viewers online. I don't know about eating large quantities of food. They have lactate, cottage cheese, sour cream, and milk. I get them for myself. Oh, I'm going to have to look into that. I did not know they had lactate. But I oftentimes will have stuff, even though it might give me digestive issues. But I just don't do a lot of it. It's like one of those once in a great time, once in a great while. Like it's my birthday, I'm gonna have a teaspoon of sour cream. That might bother me, and it might not. Where I haven't been eaten cheese, or I don't do much dairy, so that's if no one ate my sour cream. So the live will be more than likely be late tomorrow, but I'm thinking, No, I think, but I'm thinking that it still will be around 10, 11 o'clock. I can't imagine them staying too late, not with the kids. Yeah, the only problem with that is some of them don't want to be on camera. But I will do. I'll do some stuff for it if you guys are really interested. I'll can. Oh yes, thank you for reminding me. They got to try those babies on, so I know if I have to make the sleeves longer, shorter, what I don't know. Yes, Mickey is the other. He's the older of the two. I have to. I have to stay really restricted, pretty much. Beef, sardines, butter, eggs. Yeah, I hear you. And a lot of people complain they stall, they stall, they stall, and it's always usually because they're eating something that your body just doesn't want, doesn't like. It causes inflammation. It might cause inflammation and you're not even aware that it's causing inflammation. So you really have to pay attention to what it is. I've learned that the hard way. Why were you born on 9/11? I wonder that myself. I think it has something to do with my mom and dad got together, 9 months before 9/11. I think I she got married to my dad in January. I'm thinking she was pregnant before she got married. Not by much, but maybe she married him because she was pregnant. For a second, I thought you were being sarcastic. No, yeah, she got married like mid January or towards the end. So, and I wasn't a preemie, so she had to have been like about, I would say probably about a month pregnant or a little more. I don't think she had to get married, but she probably didn't realize she was even pregnant being that soon. Do you think that oxalate dumping could cause knee pain on kind of? I think it could. Yeah, some people thinks that you can. I know Bill Knotts talks about it all the time, oxalate dumping, his aches and pains and stuff. So it's possible. I'm just thankful right now in this part of my journey, I haven't had any knee pain and no more ankle pain, and my toes are healing. So, when you think about it, what is fat? It's storage. So you got to be burning down that fat in a way. So you're going to be going through all of that, all that toxic crap. Nikki, the rat girl, shit from cows, I believe. Oh, that's funny. Trying to think of an easy way to explain it, or at least the way I understand it. It really gets into chemical, all the way down. Just think of it as your fat. Like I got all this fat on me, right? I got about 200 pounds of fat. Well, as my fat was being stored, I ate a lot of junk food that didn't agree with me. Well, so when all this stuff goes into storage, some of the toxic stuff that causes inflammation also got stored in with that fat. So as you're losing the fat, you're releasing some of that toxin into your body, back into your body. You're working it out of your system. So you are unique. we are, we all are so. Don't call yourself that. I think it's because it's the everyday word that people calls people like me. But pleasantly plump. But I like to call things as it is. I do have an abundance of fat on my body. Yeah, I have fat on my body. Remember, I'm the one that likes to keep things real. Not that I'm saying, you know, but there's sometimes I call it that. I don't really like using the things like my dad used to call me lard bucket. So I'm not gonna say, yeah, I got all this lard, all this. I don't want to use the. Yeah, we are all unique. A bat princess. I like that. I forgot you're a teacher, and I understand teaching our students that. And honestly, I'm glad you do. I just don't know. I was called that all my life. I've just learned to accept it. See, the thing is, this is the thing. I don't like it if someone calls me fat because I'm more than just the fat on my body. But I am I I am fat, meaning I do have an abundance of fat on my body, but I'm more than just the fat on my body. So I see where you're coming from, Michelle. I see where you're coming from as and a teacher's point of yeah. John, I just call it poisons or toxins. And a lot of people believe that some of those toxins from the plants can be stored long in your fat on your body. So, yeah, I wouldn't want someone else to call me fat because it's rude. Baby shit on our carpet. Do you have a mat or something for him? Baby doesn't shit on my carpet. Oh, that would be nasty. No, our plain house carpet. He must have been scared. I have uh, puppy training pads for baby, and she uses them. I have no problem. I just clean them up about every 2 days, or when she doesn't use them all the time or every day. But when she's got to go, she's got to go. Are you okay? Are you okay? Well, your nose isn't warm or anything, so your nose feels fine. Are you just tired? You had a rough day. You had Lila here all day. Did you play? Did you play hard with Lila? Yeah. Yeah, he's got to get used to his new life is all. Think about all the stuff he's been through. My goodness. He was involved, wasn't it a fire you said? He's involved in a house fire and then he was with strangers he never knew and then off again, more strangers. He's 9 years old. He's gonna be scared. Yeah, so when you think of all that stuff, he's probably like so scared right now. It took baby a good God, she wasn't right for about a year to be honest. She's just still recovering from the trauma, right? So it'll take her some time to get used to things, or him get used to things. Good night, Michelle. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams, Michelle. Thank you. Yeah, you're such a good girl. I'm a good girl. Yeah. I love you, darling. Yeah, I do. I love you. You look tired. Yeah, you look tired. At least I know you got a full belly. You ate all your dinner. Yeah, you ate all your dinner. I wonder how long it's going to take me to do this netting. Do you have a pattern for it, or are you just making it up as you go along? Ah, okay. I can see that. I wonder how long you can put kidneys also. Kidneys? What are you talking about? Kidneys? What do you mean by kidneys? Did I miss something? Um, Most of the others, that's what it is. Also, another way of the body of non-small damaged tissues and cells. Or Amy just happened to hurt her knee. Doesn't have to be even anything. It might be just she hurt her knee. No clue what that is. That's when your body eats itself. Yes, I just randomly hurt my shoulder doing basic everyday stuff. Just about healed from that, thankfully. Yeah. You fast a lot, John. I'm sure your body is plenty clean. Judy Jules in the group. Oh, hello. Popped in to say happy birthday. Aw, happy birthday, Judy. I mean, thank you, Judy. Happy birthday. Thank you for the happy birthday message. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for popping in. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Superman in here. John. John's our Superman, huh? Autocorrect. Well, that was a nice one. Some of them are weird. I thought you were calling John Superman. It's up in here. There you go. I'm doing good. My birthday is over. I'm 65. I lived through it. I lived through it. The sky, the aliens that stole water, spaceships to steal the cows. There's always more, though. It's the natural way the body works. Autophagy, stem cell production. I continue to sing you happy. Baby. Baby's in there. She's in there. In my humble opinion, your cells are only going to do good on fasting until they start to break down. I'm not educated on this, so I don't mean any offense. Totally clean ignorance. You're pretty right. John, it hits the cells eventually stop breaking down. They need fuel. I haven't watched your birthday adventure yet, but it's freedom leaving your comfort zone. Yeah, it is. And then I did something else, Judy, that was way out of my comfort zone. I was dealing with some anxiety issues about being in a situation of heights. The scenery is beautiful. It was a very pretty place. I would love to go back there when foliage is going on. I bet you it's gorgeous then too, just before the leaves would fall off. But there's no the brook and the waterfalls didn't have no water, so didn't get to see the waterfalls. Thank you. I've been slowly taking myself off my anxiety medication. Um, Without carnivore and without my medication before, like 2 months ago, there was no way I would have been able to do that walk. It's just no way. I not only was I not able to do it physically, but my anxiety being as bad as it is, I wouldn't have been able to do it because of my anxiety either. Yeah. she kept saying, I'll bring a chair. But then, after I got there, there's benches and stuff along the way that there's places to sit. They even left like big flat rocks and on different parts, and they like trees, I guess, that had fallen. They moved it just so that it would be like a bench, a place to sit. So there was lots of places, even benches to sit. I have a lot of anxiety issues, and they're all something different, but they're starting to get better. I've been on it for about 2 years, and I'm worried if I go completely off from it, I'll get all those issues back. Like she was going down the highway, I would have been freaking out just going down the highway 2 years ago. But she made it a point though when we were driving down the highway. You know how you got like 4 lanes, and you go and you pass all the big 18 wheelers and stuff like that. She didn't pass any 18 wheelers or anything. She just said, I won't pass any. I know it bothers you. Just relax. I had to fast forward the car because I got car sick. Yeah, there was a lot more there, and I took it all out. I wasn't even, I was actually looking for signs to figure out where I was going. I didn't know where I was going. Started to puff my chest out. False alarm. Yeah, anxiety is pretty much crippling. I mean, I got so it was so bad that I couldn't even move. Like I'd get attacks like in the shower, naked as a blue jay in the shower, and suddenly you go into a panic attack and you can't move, you freeze, you can't even yell for help. You just your body locks up, and I could feel that my body was tensing up, sitting on the edge of that cliff like that, overhanging the cliff, knowing that there was nothing underneath that platform. I was having a hard time dealing with that. It was like, yeah, it can get bad. Elevators have a hard time doing that. I actually have to hold on to someone's shoulder, close my eyes, and not open them to step onto an elevator. Hello, Midnight Madness. Hello, hello. Escalators are bad too. Oh my God. I can go up fine. I cannot go down. I freeze. I cannot go down. So yours are bad too, huh, Pania? Used to be real bad around people too, but that's starting to relax a little bit. Yeah, the escalators are hard. I can go up, but I can't go down. But I have to be right behind someone. Usually I'm right behind my husband, so Grandma, I have a surprise for your birthday. You do? It's not my birthday no more. Yeah, I'm getting more social. Yep, that's good. Love the park and the Costco videos. Oh, cool. I'm glad. It is in Arkansas, 11:15. Oh, so I guess it's still my birthday in Arkansas. Oh, the big Italian. Hello. I think this is the first time he's come in on his own, isn't it? Well, thank you. Aw, thank you. Glad to have you here too. I always assumed that you were here with Judy anyway, so it's like you were both here when she was on. Judy loves Grandma. Aw, well, thank you. Yeah, for what? Another 45 minutes? And then it'll be over. Well, then I guess we got California. I have to wait through the California one too, I guess. Yep. My party though will be tomorrow. I'll take some pictures or a short video of everything. I have a feeling, I have a feeling that one of my gifts might be a steak. I'm thinking maybe. Well, thank you. It was good to see you, Mr. Big. It was good to see you. And Hawaii? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It was a nice surprise. I think it's awesome that he came in. Yes. That is the only reason why I think so is because when we went, so my daughter had a white, like a meat package, and it was upside down in her cart. And I said, "Oh, what do you got up? You got that? That's upside down." And she goes, "Leave it alone." So I'm assuming maybe I just left her alone, but I did upside down package. Thank you, Mr. Big, for popping in, and thank you too, Judy. Yeah, I gotta stop assuming because it might not be nothing. You're right. You're right, Nikki. Sweet dreams. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Could be. Oh, God. I hope not. Ugh. Well, that was a pleasant surprise. Finally get to see him come in. Maybe pig's feet. Oh, Pickled pig's feet. At that. No. Yuck. That's all nasty. Chicken hearts. Chicken liver. So help me if she gives me chicken liver, Nikki, I'm sending them to your house because I have your address. Could be fish guts. Ugh. Blech. Yuck. Retro on the escalator in the Jetsons. Imagine Grandma like that. Grandma, what fish do you eat? Oh, I love most fish. I I don't like shark. I don't like that kind of fish, but I love salmon. I love catfish. I like trout. I like all kinds. Tuna. What's not to like? I mean, haddock. I love haddock. I haven't had haddock in years. I actually like barbecue chicken hearts. My kids are so freaked out when I ate. No, I usually feed those to the dog. Haven't seen, yeah, because I don't get to eat it a lot. Have you seen the cost of that stuff lately? I do have some shrimp in my fridge. Just salmon right now is outrageous. And I'm sorry, I can almost understand why cow could be, going up. But why would salmon, go up? Why would shrimp go up when all the other meat that has nothing to do with cows or chicken? I can understand it when chicken or eggs go up. But there's nothing going on with salmon that's been raised at a farm or, it's like, really? It's just once one thing goes up, that's it. Everybody goes up. Yes, check roasts. $42 I paid today. I need a pair of reading glasses. Can I borrow some? And I'm barely see a text. I'm glad Grandma narrates. You know why I read all the posts? Because when I first started, I didn't. And then I was told you need to start reading the posts because some people, when they watch the replay, they're not seeing the chat or they don't look at the chat. So they want you to read what everyone's saying. Otherwise, it's just a one sided conversation. So I said, all right, I'll read some of them. So, yeah, I usually read them. And it's either, if it's not the prices going up on the package, it's also shrinkflation. They get you that way too. What used to be 16 ounces is now 12 ounces. Yeah, I got what did I get? I got something. The package was pretty much the same size. The ounces, however, was down. And when you looked inside when you opened it, it was like the package could have been like three-fourths the size smaller and still be okay. And of course they'll tell you that it's just settling. Yeah, that's just settled. Yeah, my husband and I, we had gift certificates earlier this year from Christmas. Um, it was at one of the steakhouses. I can't remember which one it was. But for two people to have a steak and some veggies, a couple of sides, it was over $100, guys. And we used to go out for steak all the time 20 years ago. For two of us would only be about 30, and that was with the tip. We like to see baby's harness to see how it's set up. Well, I finally found a picture. I had to look for it, and it actually gets set up like this being her front, her head's right here. This is on her chest, and this is on the top. That's how I had it that first time. But her leg had slipped through here. So it was on wrong. It was on lopsided, if that makes sense. So her leg was in through her where her neck was. But yeah, it's supposed to go on like this. And the other day I had it like this because someone said the big part was supposed to go underneath her. So I was thinking that was the case. But that isn't the case. That's backwards too. And then somebody else said it was supposed to go like this. And I'm like, but then the chain part would be down here. Well, that's okay because that helps to not pull on your dog leash. And I'm like, no, because it was like, I don't get it. Everyone was confusing me. But reality, I looked it up. I looked it up right there. I looked that tag up, and it's actually too big for her. But they don't make one smaller than this, so I have to make it work. But we didn't want her to go with us today because we also had to go to Costco and get groceries and Grandma, I could I couldn't believe I couldn't believe my eyes when I seen you walk into the woods. I said, "Oh my God, he's going out of her comfort zone. Good work." Yeah, I was sitting on that bench too, on that overlook. That was so scary. I looked like I was like a rock. When I saw the video, I was like, "Oh my God." I was so scared. It's an extra small, an extra small. She's got she's got another one. I got to track it down. The other one is emotional support one. That one, oh my God, I had to buy three before I could finally get the right size on that one. So she has one of those, and I can't figure out where the heck I put it. Yeah, Brandy, she spoils me. All my kids really are good to me in their own way. I mean, Brandy, she's like almost like the caregiver of all of them. She's more of the, you know, wants me to be cautious, and she's the one that thought of the chair. Don't worry, I'll bring the chair. So if you have to sit down, yeah, she's very down to earth. She's believes in all that earth. What do you call it? Earth magic, or yeah, I don't even know the words. It's so funny though. All of her life, she said, "I can't believe you named the apple bottle of brandy." I said, "Brandy, you are not named after. You're named after the song." It's been years since I sang the song. I don't remember the words now. Brandy song. You're a fine girl. You guys remember that? She hates that song. So I can't believe you would name me after that song. You do realize what it means, right? It's the sailor telling the girl that she'd make a fine wife. Yeah. Feel my life, my love. Yeah, I don't want to play it. I'll get in trouble. Yeah, you guys have to stop it. Right? Yep. I look at what. It's Brandy, you're a fine girl. It was just a song I liked. She was my fourth child. She didn't remind me of new age 70s stuff. Her as a kind-hearted, caring animal. Well, if you could see her house, I got if you could see her house, she's got like big peace sign murals, and she's all into the like rainbow type mandalas, and she has this little. Um, I don't want to say she's into witchcraft or anything, but she's into that earth. Yeah, I can't really explain it. I don't know what they call it. She's all into that. I'm gonna officially said never heard that song. No, it was very popular when I was in high school and beyond. I can so relate to your anxiety. Years ago, I was diagnosed with agoraphobia, and with a lot of work and patience, I overcame it. I couldn't drive alone, couldn't work, could not go grocery. Yeah, Earth Mother magic. Yeah, she's that. She gets into the life trees and the stones and all that type of stuff. So when I say she gives off that 70s vibe, it's really that Earth Mother magic. She's into the numbers and, you know, all that kind of stuff. She has like an altar that she has incense on and candles, and all the people that she loves that have passed away is on that altar, and it's got all these different stones that have different powers. I don't know, but yeah, earth magic, that sounds about right. Earth Mother magic, like trees. And yeah, and she used to like, I don't know really how to explain it, but she would meet other people with the same, into the same thing. It's hard to explain. She gets into it every now and again and starts explaining stuff to me, and then my granddaughter Emma, she's in the same thing. She's got a, I hope she's not, I keep saying I hope you guys aren't doing something with evil spirits or something. Yeah, I've been there. I was trapped in my house for 3 4 years until I moved up here. That was hard. Oh my god, I cried and had panic attacks, and doing this out when you're not out of a house for 4 years, then suddenly you have to move, and you're moving from one state to another state, almost 2,000 miles away, and then you're staying at a hotel for 2 months before you can find a house to buy. I'll tell you what, I cried and had panic attacks, and oh my god. And so the doctor put me on anxiety medication, and that calmed it down. I just hope it don't all come back, because I'm slowly getting off from it. But it's a hard thing to get. People don't understand all the fears. I mean, what you're saying, I get, because I had all of those. Yeah, I still have to deal with driving issues, and couldn't go grocery shopping. Yeah, for 3 years, I had my groceries delivered to my front step. Uh, oh, right now, no, I wouldn't even attempt it. The last time I went on a plane, they thought it was going to crash, and I haven't been on one since. I went to uh, Paris and France on a 2 week vacation, and on our way back, uh, You know those solar flares? Uh, they hit the plane or something and knocked out all the electricity in the plane. And this was a huge plane. This is one of those that don't have three seats on both sides. It's three seats on both sides, and then it's got a row in the middle. So it's got three rows of seats. And yeah, that was going to crash on the runway. I was so scared. That's the last time I've been on a plane. If I think if I was skinny, I would attempt it. But it's hard going on a plane when you're really big because you don't fit in the bathroom. I'm sorry, but you're not going to fit in the bathroom. When I was smaller than this, I barely could squeeze. I had to force my body through the doorway of the plane's bathroom. So you can't go any on any trip flying if it's more than like 2 hours. If you've got the diarrhea that day, you're not getting on a plane because you're going to shit yourself. Wear a diaper if you're a big person. I don't know what makes them think that's the doorway of the bathroom. Yeah, it's just everything about it is just so uncomfortable. I'd rather be in a car or a bus. I probably would feel safer in a bus. And it's not that I don't feel safe in a plane. For the most part, I can't look out the window or anything, or else I'll panic. But it's just that it's so uncomfortable. But I have gone on planes in the past, yes. Oh, I know. They're the worst. Never been on a. Well, I've been on a lobster boat, but all I did was I kept puking overboard, but I was puking against the wind, so it was the puke was going in my face. So I'm worried that if I go on another boat ride or a ship ride, I'll get seasick again. That was awful. Yeah, my biological dad. I have an adopted dad and a biological dad. My biological dad owned a lobster boat, and we went out lobstering. Yeah, he was one of those main men that were was the lobsterman to go and get lobsters for free anytime I wanted. Just say, hey, let's go out and get some lobsters, and he'd pull up a few traps. I've had so much lobster in my lifetime that I do not crave lobster anymore. Would I spend 25 bucks or actually more than that now for lobster? Hell no. It's just, uh, I guess it's a flavor that you would have to like. It's an individual thing. I mean, I've had it so much in my lifetime that It's not something I would be willing to go out and spend all that kind of money for it that they want for a Maine lobster. It's good, yeah, but come on. You got some meat in the claws and some of the skinny little legs that they have. You got some that's in the knuckle, and then some that's in the tail. And you're lucky if the meat, once you take the meat out, you're lucky if you got a pound of meat and you're going to spend 30, $40 for that or more. Yeah. If you live in Maine and you have access to the wharf like I did, if I wanted a lobster and my dad wasn't around for the boat, for his boat to go out and get them, you go down the wharf and pick one up for $1 or two. So it's like I used to take lobster. Yeah, yeah, I wouldn't pay those prices now. To me, it's not worth it. But back in the day, you pick up a lobster for 2, $3 and you get a couple of them. You take them home. You put that lobster in a baggie, a Ziploc bag, a gallon baggie, and a thing of corn. You can leave it in the husk if you want, and maybe a couple of potatoes. You seal it up, leave an inch, Ziploc it closed except for leave an inch to open it. Put it in the microwave for about 9 minutes, and you have yourself a perfectly delicious meal in the microwave. And I remember going and getting crab too as a kid, and clams, digging up your own clams. Yeah, I like lobster. I love it, but I'm not gonna. It's to me, it's not worth. You know, I can't imagine. Back in the day when I'd get them cheap, I'd get like 2 or 3 lobsters, break it open, get the meat out, and make like a lobster salad and have it on a roll. You know, I can't imagine doing that now with like a 40, $50 lobster and taking it out and making enough lobster salad to go on a roll. I just, that is not worth $50, people. Oh, yeah, I used to microwave them all the time. Yeah, it's the lobsterman's secret. And all that flavor stays in that bag. Doesn't, it isn't boiled away. So you have more of a lobster flavor when you microwave it. A lot of people don't like it because they say that it's bad for the lobster to die that way. Yeah, I love. Hey, McDonald's used to sell lobster subs. Can you imagine that? I remember when they used to have specials and sold lobster subs at McDonald's. And believe me, that lobster sub at McDonald's did not cost no 40, $50. That's why the whole thing is so ridiculous. When I see the prices, I'm like, no. You do realize that lobsters are the cockroach of the sea, right? And you got to spend $50 for a cockroach? I don't think so. Yeah, it's a lot less messier too. Instead of doing the whole boiling all the corn and the potatoes and everything for everybody, you just throw them all in a bag and just nuke it. I can't tell you when the last time I went to a New England clam bake. Man, that's some good stuff right there. Do you remember those, Robin? Mm-mm-mm. There was a place in South Portland, Maine, back in the day when I was a teenager. Me and my boyfriend used to go to it called Captain Newitt, and you could go in there and you can get a mix of seafood platter that had clams, lobster. I mean clams, fried shrimp, fried scallops, French fries, all just and the dish was just massive. When it came to you on a paper plate, it was just overflowing. And it was the most delicious thing in the world. Ugh. And I thought, man, that's probably still there. You know, when I went last year, it's not there anymore. I was like, dang it. Should have known better. I love that place. Gone. I lived next to Newport Beach. Awesome food growing up. Newport Beach. Where? What state is that in? 'Cause Newport. Newport sounds familiar. Newport Beach. But yeah, I miss all of that stuff from Maine. I miss all that seafood and the haddock. Make it. Oh, Rhode Island. Okay. But so good. Fish chowder in Maine. New England fish chowder with haddock. Yum yum. Slang meaning of clam bake or clam bake refers to either smoking marijuana in a small enclosed space like a car, also known as hotboxing. Are you serious? Clam bake in Maine. If I said, "Hey, let's go on it. Let's go to the clam bake," it's actually where they dig a big hole in the ground and then they put some hot coals in there. You get some hot coals going, and you use like corn husk and all that stuff to get it all like smoky, and you add your clams and stuff on that, and you actually keep adding stuff on top of it and then bury it dirt, and then you undig it and you put clams, lobster, scala, anything you want in there. I remember going to a place called Grandma's Restaurant. They served a big platter full. You got your money's worth. Not anymore. Nope. Yeah, I love Maine, but right now it's so expensive to live there. It's ridiculous. You're talking about Maine as in Maine, the state Maine, Maine? Property taxes are cheap. Property taxes are cheaper than Maine, Texas. That's darn sure. Yes, they do. Texas doesn't have a. Okay. I know where I was. Property taxes was outrageous. Let's put it this way, okay? Figuring it out, our property tax that we paid monthly on our mortgage was $750 a month for property tax. That's insane. That's a month. When I went and broke down our mortgage, what we was paying, and realized that 750 went a month went on house property tax, that's crazy. No wonder we have so many homeless people. And then you go and look at where at the end of the year where does your tax money go to? A huge amount goes to the schools, and I don't understand that because you have to buy your child all their school supplies, the paper, the tissues, the bleach wipes, all this stuff. It's ridiculous. You're buying, about $100, $200 worth of stuff. Even toilet paper or something. It's stupid. Paper towels. So you're paying for all that. Plus, you're paying outrageous amount. It was like $7,000 a year I was paying in taxes to go for the school. So, and I don't even have any kids. I never had any kids in a Texas school, but yet I'm paying $7,000 a year. And then another one that was ridiculous was it was like $1,000 a year or a little over. Went to some stadium somewhere. I don't even know where the stadium was, and I had never used it, never been in it, but I got to pay for it. And then it was just endless stuff. It's like you have got to be kidding me. Why why if you think about all the people that are in those big cities and they're all paying 7,500 or something like that for school taxes, that's a lot of money in that city going to schools. Crazy. Crazy, crazy times. New Jersey's one of the highest. I heard California is too. We pay 7,000 here in Jersey. Yeah, here in Ohio, my taxes a year is about 2,000, little over 2,000, and I do mean just a little over 2,000, like 2,100 a year or something. Yeah, not compared to what we were paying in Texas, over 10,000 a year. I'm telling you, once the arena goes up, your taxes go up. It's insane. Oh, that's wrong. Okay, yeah. Well, once it gets passed, taxes will go skyrocketing. 'Cause that's what happened to us. $1,000 a year in taxes because of the stupid arena that nobody uses except for sports people. Let the sports people pay for it. In Maryland, own home less than 1,000 square feet, right at 800. Jeez, beyond the dome. They said the same thing about the Alamo Dome. It didn't change much. You're lucky. Again, I don't want to pay any of it if I don't use it. It's like being forced to pay for a steak that somebody else is going to eat. No. How was your back after the walking today? I wasn't that sore today. I mean, I think it's because there was intervals of sitting down. There was a lot of sit down places along the path. So when my back started to feel like the muscles were being pulling from walking, I was able to sit. And Grandma, thanks for hosting all of us. Way enjoyed. See you tomorrow. Sweet dreams. See you too, Penny. Sweet dreams to you. the visual enhancement on the. What happened to your eyes? Did you break the glasses or something? Yeah, my cold is much better. I still have the cough, but my sinuses and everything's all cleared up. Just get the cough. But you know how the cough goes. It'll stay with it for a couple of weeks longer. Nikki, I'm gonna go scoot out to the kitchen. I want to get more ice. I'll be right back, Nikki. Um, let's see. Where are you from? I'm sorry. Did he ask before? I don't remember. Yeah, don't get me going. High on school taxes. When I was running my trucking company, 47% went to the government. I just look at it as taxes are inevitable. They're never going away. We're never going to agree with them. So it is what it is. The United States doesn't have taxes until 1913. Wait, what? Did you see the UFO video where a drone missile deflected off of it? So in 1862, the taxes were introduced to fund the Civil War. Then they were supposed to end the taxes. Yeah, like everything else, they don't end it. What is this? A UFO? Oh, dang. I'm looking to see if I can find anything on that, and I can't. I do believe that there's UFOs. If I was to be honest, I would say there was UFOs, that I believe in UFOs. All right. Did I do? Where's my crochet hook? Oh no, I lost it. Hey, here's my take about taxes. If I don't use it, I shouldn't have to pay for it. I remember back in the 90s, I had a phone, regular house phone back then. And my phone bill one month, I was a single mom of four, but someone was using my phone to connect to some psychic or something. And it was costing me, my bill one month was like $400. It took me forever to pay it off. So I called the company and I said, the telephone company, I said, I don't want long distance. So you need to shut it off. No more calls. I just want local, no long distance, period. No 1-800, nothing. And they were able to do that. I had to pay to have that service of no long distance. I'll be darned, like about a year later, I get my bill goes up about $40, and I said, "Why did my bill go up $40?" Oh, that's something new. You have to pay for long distance service. You have to pay for the phone lines for long distance service. I said, "Wait a minute here. If I'm paying money to not have long distance, why am I paying money for the phone lines for long distance?" I said, "I don't want long distance, so I shouldn't be paying it." Do you know they took that charge off of my phone? I had to go through the supervisor and everything, but they took that charge off my phone. It's like, I'm not using it, I shouldn't be paying for it, especially if I'm paying, gotta pay to not use it. I'll be damned if I gotta pay because I can use it. I'll just go to the drugstore or Walmart or the grocery store and pick up yourself a pair of glasses for $9. That's all I do. You think I paid $500-600 for these? Hell no. I got a package of them for like $10 on Amazon, and I got like 5 pair. And when I'm wearing them, I see fine. I can read anyway. I went to the doctor's to get new glasses last year, and I had to have them for both reading and seeing distance, and it cost me about $300 plus the visit to the eye doctor. When all along, all I wear is just reading glasses that cost me cheap. My mom got a phone that one call cost $300, which was caused by me and a friend that was in the Gulf War. Wow. Yeah, it's insane the stuff they charge. Oh, I bet she wasn't. It's a lot of money back then, especially for just a phone call. Yeah, no one owned up to whoever was calling the psychic hotline, but that got costly. Oh, I bet you got in trouble. You paid it back. You want me to keep reading for you, John? I'm still curious, Midnight Madness, when you talked about the UFO. I eat raw beef a lot, and I don't do it because um, And it's not because Dr. Klitz does it, it's because I've always liked raw hamburg. I love my steaks where I put the pan on hot and I just shear the outer sides of the steak and then I eat it so it's raw in the inside. I just absolutely love raw meat, raw beef. The UFO was an orb. Wow. My father used to eat raw hamburger. He loved it. Not me. Yeah, I do. And that's got a lot of vitamins and stuff in it too. So not dead yet, and I do it all the time. What's really funny is my husband and I will have, like two steaks. We'll each have a steak in the frying pan. And I'll go ahead and take mine and I tell my husband, yeah, steak's done. At least mine is. And he'll come out, take it, put it in his plate, go into his office to eat. And then he comes walking by my office door like a minute later and says, too raw for me, and put it back in the frying pan. I love kielbasa. I bought some today. No carbs in it at all. Oh, I already ate some of it. I had one. So I bagged it up because it comes in one big package at Costco. So I individually wrapped them up two in a package. One for my husband, one for they're actually pretty big. But yeah, I'm gonna buy those again. They were kind of a little costly, but it's just something different. 'Cause I don't want to eat. I can't afford to eat beef every single day, and something like that. That was like let's see, one, two, three, four, five, five meals for my husband and I, and one that was just me because I had one. It was an odd number and I ate it. So that's five meals for right around like $15 or so, something like that, $15, $16. But between the other day and today, I probably have about 3, 4 weeks worth of meat in my freezer. To actually probably more than that. That's not counting the outdoor freezer. That was full of roast and stuff, chicken breast. Bank of America was crazy with their charges years ago. What are you talking about? I don't use Bank of America. Bank of America, as far as I'm concerned, are assholes. I would never do business with them. Well, I cooked a couple of few pieces in the air fryer along with that sausage, and that came out okay. It wasn't. It was a little chewy, but it wasn't. It wasn't hard to eat. And the last time I couldn't eat it when I bought it a year ago. Um, so I'm just gonna try to figure out how to. I'm gonna look up pork belly, but it was so. It was one of the more expensive gifts, inexpensive meats. So I went ahead and just bought one. I really didn't need to buy it, but everyone keeps talking about how good it is, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't remember. I remember it as being tough, so I must have cooked it wrong. How old are you, John? But someone told me tonight that how they cook their pork bellies is cut them up in cubes. So I did do that, and to cook it in the air fryer under 400 degrees for 16 minutes. So I cooked it in the air fryer, but I didn't do that. I left it on 375 for like maybe 12 minutes or something. I don't know. So now I just got to cook it longer. But I cooked it with something else, with that kibasa. So I'm going to say probably a quarter of an inch, thicker than bacon. Probably on a thick cut bacon is probably about three sizes of that. Three, three thick, probably about like this. It did not taste like bacon, that's for darn sure. I would be cutting off the fat. I like that, but not that much. I That's the best part. See, one of the things about the carnivore diet and what people can't, I couldn't wrap my head around it either at first. But when you think about it, it takes fat to burn the fat off your body. So you have to have that initial burst of energy to burn off, to get your metabolism going to burn off the fat that's already on your body. So it's like you got to have fat as fuel to burn the fat that's on. It's almost like a Kickstarter. I used to eat raw hamburger till I seen this kid eat raw animal. It really messed him up. What if you just shear the outside, kills the bacteria off? Yeah, that's what I do. I shear the outside. Like I cook each side for about a minute of a thick steak, and then I eat it. Now, would I eat a roadkill or something or a dead animal whole? No, I wouldn't because there's a lot of parts. Like on a cow, I wouldn't eat raw. Um, I used to be able to do about 60, 70 words per minute. I used to do speed tests all the time. Um, I took to eating raw beef. If I die, I die this. But that happened. Yeah. I mean, I just always have. So my mom used to tell me all the time, you got to get worms, you got to get worms, you got to get worms. But I also know that meat is done up differently now, and they have to pass a certain type of inspection, and if it doesn't pass. You gotta shut the whole plant down and clean it. Da 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 da. Hi, Linda. Welcome back. Or yeah, I guess she's just saying good night. Good night, Good night, Linda. For saying good night, Grandma, and everyone. Enjoy being continuing conversation left this week. You too, Linda. Thank you for coming by. Not much. Probably enough to probably do this row. Well, that's kind of stupid that they would do that, John. Then charge you for all those overdue. Yeah, when I first uh, moved to Texas, many, many years ago, back 2003. 2003, we moved to Texas. Was it 2001? Anyway, over 20 years ago, moved to Texas, and we went to Bank of America to open up a checking and savings account because the bank that we was using wasn't down in Texas, so we had to have a checking and banking account. Well, they denied us because of my history. Like it was like 10 years prior or something. Someone stole my card and spent a bunch of money and made my card go into minuses. And it took me forever, but I paid that off. The bank wouldn't do anything back then about it, so I had to pay it off. And it was because of that Bank of America, because someone else stole my card, that they would not give me an account with them. They said, "Yeah, we'll accept your husband, but not you." And I'm like, no. We'll go someplace else. So I'd never liked Bank of America because of that. That was embarrassing. At first, they didn't even tell me why, that they would deny me. And I'm like, no, I need to know why you're denying me. And they told me, I'm like, what? Like, that's really my fault that someone came in and stole my wallet, spent money on my bank card. I don't think so. 62 in November. You're still a young spring chicken. My pork belly had is the butcher. Cut it up like bacon, then fry it up in a frying pan. Well, that's interesting. Does it taste like bacon? My favorite, I don't go to concerts. There's only been one concert that I ever went to, and that was with my high school boyfriend. And we went to see Seals and Crofts back in like 77, 76. I couldn't even tell you now what songs they sung. That was my first and only concert I've ever gone to. Concerts are not my thing. It's too crowded, for one. It's too loud, and I hate shouting to people to try to talk to somebody. Not my thing. Now I have gone to like some country band shows, like at a BYOB club or something. That's like a dance barn. They got like a band or something. Been to a few of those, but and I would love to go to some concerts now. Like I would love to go to I Am Tongi. I'd love to go to Jelly Roll, but those tickets are so darn expensive. There is absolutely no way. No way. Jelly Roll. For like a cheap ticket, it's like $300. Are you serious? No. And then you're gonna sing me like 6, 7 songs, maybe if I'm lucky 10. And that'll be the end of it for like $300. Are you insane? No, I don't go to concerts. Let's see. That's two, 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 two. Nope, not gonna happen. Oh, I missed a stitch right there. Oh, hell no. Well, shit. I don't like this stitch. Lunchtime. Summer breeze makes me feel fine. Seals and crofts. Yeah, summer breeze makes me feel fine. Um, Yeah, I remember that now. I don't know the words. What else that does? It is prime your liver to get used to burning fat for fuel and produce ketones. No, I thought I did, but I didn't. But I thought I missed the stitch, but I didn't. They're all adding up. They are all adding up. Yeah. You know how sometimes your stitches look like it's wrong, but then you look at it again and it's right? This blanket, I don't know yet. I don't know. And I'm really bummed by I don't know the answer to that because I'm not making it really for anyone. I wish that I knew because I try to put memories into that blanket. I know that sounds crazy. Like if this blanket I was making for my daughter and I knew that ahead of time, I would while I was crocheting it, I would think of my daughter. So it's like I'm pouring my memories into the blanket. So long after I'm gone, she can have this blanket knowing that it's a memory blanket. But in this case, this blanket is empty memories. So whoever it goes to is going to be making their own memories with it. I know that sounds crazy, but that's how I see memory. That's how I see blankets when I'm crocheting. They're memory blankets. I've been that lucky. You had take like 3 lemon surprises. Grandma, what should I do for holiday this year? Um, Mother Teresa? I don't know. I always go as a witch. It's weird that you bring Halloween up already because I started already buying my Halloween candy. What I do for Halloween is I make these little bags of candy and I make about 300 bags of the candy, 300 bags of something, whether it's stickers or candy or whatever. So I'll be doing that again this year. It's at the Catholic school, and we use the parking lot, and they line up all the cars in a circle in the parking lot, and then the kids go from car to car to pick trick or treat. So I do up 300. But if you consume too much fat, your body will absorb the fat on your body and use that fat you consume as fuel, thus no fat loss. The body will do anything to keep your fat in the bank and surge. Well, another thing too about what you're saying, John, and you got to be careful, is your body is smart. So if it thinks if you're always fasting, long fast, it's going to hold on to all that fat and not release it because it feels a starvation is coming and they need it for the starvation time. And they will fight and hold on to it for a long time. So they say you shouldn't do a long fastings because of that. You want to shake it up, do short ones, and stuff, do different times so it tricks your body. If you're constantly doing long fasts, they say it can hurt you. And that you should only do long fasts for like 3, 4 times a year and do the rest. I've been to a lot of concerts. No, remember none of them. I've been to a lot of concerts. Einstein. One skiing off. Can you make me a Halloween costume? No, I can make Halloween costumes. Some people are really good at it though. Now, my specialty is that is my specialty is blankets. I like making blankets. Blankets. Nikki could probably make a Halloween costume. Nope. Yeah. Heck, I wouldn't even make myself or my own family a Halloween costume out of crochet. I've seen some great outfits though with crochet, but you got to make things that you like, you know? Ugh. I asked my daughter for a bag of pork rinds that she could pick me up on her way to home from work, and she came home with four bags of pork rinds. Is that insane or what? Uh, yeah, probably gonna last me a while. Is this the latest you've been here? Oh, I wanted to tell you guys something. I don't know how it's going to affect us yet. There are ways to turn this autocorrect off. I have no idea. I think there is. Seems like I've seen that setting somewhere. I do want to tell you guys something. Now, so far, I've only been monetized just for like memberships and um, what do you call that? Super chat. I am 130 away from being monetized for commercials. So hopefully, I don't know how any of that works, and I don't know any of it, but I know I've been on lives before where commercials would break in. Yeah, I haven't either. Um, so we might get those. I need like 130 watch time hours for that to kick in, and and if I could change it around and do less or whatever, yeah. So I don't know how that's gonna work, how it works or anything. So whatever happens, because it's gonna happen within the next day or two. So whatever happens, just bear with the channel until it can get settled down. 'Cause I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I've been trying to find stuff on it, but it doesn't really get into what happens when it happens. So I'm sorry if it happens, but just give it time till I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe nothing will happen. I don't know. I have no idea. But I know that once I hit 4,000, it's going to happen. Right now, it's at 3,800 and like 80. Yeah. Yeah. I have no idea yet. Well, hello. Well, I'm glad they recommended the channel to you. We're just a bunch of people that hang out together. We crochet. We talk about um, everything. We're just a hangout group. We talk about carnivore, keto, everything, aliens. We're here every single night, 7 days a week. And maybe, you never know. We never know. So I think something good will happen soon. I doubt I'm going to be rich. I very, very doubt I am going to be rich. Uh, Now, I don't know about any of you guys, but when I see a commercial going on, I click skip. And I'm pretty sure if you hit the skip button, there, if you hit the skip button, that means the person isn't going to get their whatever for the commercial. So, oh, you're in France right now. So it's very early here. It's like 2 a.m. for me, 8 a.m. to you. So we're 6 hours apart. How am I already rich? I wish I was already rich. Well, welcome to the channel. Compared to some, I don't know what you mean by that. I'm preparing to go to work, but I'll leave YouTube playing the live. See you around. Okay. Thank you. Bye bye. Nice meeting you. Thank you. Leave us confused. Well, I think that's pretty cool that someone from France has seen us. Do you have friends and family and love so we could be watching in that? What? Do you have friends and family and love? I guess, yeah, I'm sure I probably am, I guess. And then to some people, I'm very poor. I'm poor as fuck. The only reason why I'm sitting the way we're sitting right now is because we had, like, about 20 years ago, my husband's friend, one of his best friends, was a realtor. He sold $1 million homes. And he was just a friend of mine. I think they went to school together or something. But, anyways, we were looking into buying a house. And he came across and said, there's a great deal I want to tell you guys about that. It would be perfect for you guys. It was a four-bedroom house in Blockhouse Creek in Texas. And he said the people couldn't afford the house, so they just moved out and left the house to the bank. And the bank wasn't sure what to do with it. And he managed to get us such a great deal on that house, and we put a down payment on it. And he said the reason why you need to buy this house is because the area that it's in, and he knew all this because he was a real estate person. Oh, wait a minute. Nightbot didn't catch that, Nikki. Oh, that's because I turned it off. I don't know. Do we even have Nightbot? But anyway, he told us that he knew for a fact, because of some deals he was into, that our area was going to go boom. And when it goes boom, our housing will go skyrocket. We end up buying a house for 100,000, but sold it for over 400,000 10 years later. And so when we moved up here, we was able to buy this house outright cash. We had a huge mortgage down Texas, but when we came up here and bought this house, we paid it out in cash. So we don't have a mortgage. Yeah, I haven't seen it either. So let's see. Let's see. Yeah, Nightbot is here. Just no one's been using him. I've been lurking for a few hours. Wow. Well, hello there, Patty. You're only 70% off. Yeah, fire hydrant isn't working. And so far, I haven't been able to find the correct code to do what I want that to do. Ohio is known as the Buckeye State because of the buckeye trees commonly found throughout the Ohio River. Okay. Maybe too much bed early. Ohio has the largest Amish population in the United States. Yeah, I hear a lot about them. Supposedly, they have a restaurant here that in Ohio that's supposed to be a really good, has really good food. In Pennsylvania, they have the largest buffet from the Amish. Now, I can't tell you the name of it because I don't think of it, but the food is wonderful. Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah, someone was talking about that like a week or so ago. Yeah, baby had a playmate all day today. Yeah, Brandy's dog. She's got like a friend, so she must be all tucked out in there snoring away. No, she ate earlier. I got her to eat just before I came on. I was feeding her, hand feeding her, and finally she took off and ate her whole bowl. And then she went in there and zonked out. I had a feeling she would because she was up for a long time today. Yeah, I know. Yeah, when she's like that, Run always gets up about 4, between 3 and 4, and if she's like that, she'll hang out with him. I know, right? I didn't even try putting it on her today. Today was just happened to be a busy day. Yeah, yeah, I plan on doing that tomorrow. Even if I just sit out in the backyard with it on her, just so she gets used to it, so it's not such a big struggle. I'm not going to even bother with it right now. She's sleeping. I don't need her getting mad, going and hiding on me. A small dog like that can find lots of places to hide. How do I cook my chuck roast? I just put them in my slow cooker with a stick of butter, close the lid, and there you have it. That's it. Well, I shear it on both sides first before I put it into the crock pot. But isn't that funny when dogs do that kind of stuff? It's like, nope, you're not going to crochet. Nope, I'm not going to let you. Nope, I want you to pet me. What should I study tomorrow on my walk? Thinking what for receptors and how they relate to the produce of ATP. I'm wondering if there is any relationships to the mitochondria and energy. You know what, John? You just keep studying that. You might burn off a lot of fat learning all that stuff. Brain power. Uh, no, I'm too old to get into all that deep stuff. Just tell me what I can eat, how to do the carnivore diet, and I'm good. What to do, what to do when I'm at a stall, I'm good. All the scientific little ins and outs like that, not so good. Brandy lives with someone. They've been together for a very long time. I'm going to say probably 18, 20 years. And they have two kids together. Now, it can't be 20 years. Um, about 17, 18 years. Never married. But they have two kids together, Allie and Mickey. Yeah, that's what I figured too. As long as they're happy. Getting tired, guys. Yeah, it's almost done. I'm gonna keep at it. You need to go to bed. Go to bed, woman. You know that. My cat is freaking out for no reason. Aliens. I'm telling you, aliens. It's all about the aliens. All right, guys. I am gonna head out. I'm going to bed. I'm exhausted. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye bye. Be good. Don't let the aliens take you away from me. Good night, everyone. Good night to you, Midnight. Night, Patty. Night, Nikki. Night, John. And good night to all those lurkers. See ya. Three, two, one. Boop, 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 boop.